Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ruins of Kharn stood like broken teeth against the grey horizon, jagged spires reaching toward a sky heavy with the memory of malice. Snow fell in lazy spirals, gathering upon stone that had witnessed the rise and fall of the most terrible kingdom of the north. Here, in the desolate wasteland where the realm of Angmar had once spread its shadow, even the wind seemed to carry whispers of ancient dread. Prince Elendor of Arnor pulled his fur-lined cloak tighter as he stood before a half-buried archway, its weathered surface covered in runes that seemed to shimmer with an inner light when touched by moonlight. Tall and proud, with the bearing of his Númenórean ancestors, Elendor possessed eyes that held both wisdom beyond his 30 years and a dangerous curiosity that had drawn him to this forsaken place. "The histories speak falsely," he murmured to himself, brushing snow from the inscriptions with gloved fingers. "These are not the markings of servants of the shadow. This is high Númenórean script, corrupted but unmistakable." Behind him, 4 royal guards shifted uncomfortably, their breath fogging in the bitter cold. They had followed their prince into the wilderness out of loyalty, but none could suppress the dread that had settled upon them since entering the ruins of the Witch Realm 3 days prior. "My lord," ventured the captain, a battle-hardened man named Baragor. "Night approaches. We should return to camp." Elendor nodded absently, his attention fixed on the doorway that yawned before him like the entrance to a tomb. "Tomorrow we go deeper. There are chambers below that have remained sealed since the fall of Angmar. The answers lie there." As darkness claimed the land, none noticed the faint blue glow emanating from the depths beyond the archway, nor the whispers that rose with the night wind, carrying words in a tongue long forgotten by the world of men. Gandalf the Grey had not intended to venture so far north. The business of the Astari often took him to unexpected places, but the frozen wastes of fallen Angmar held little appeal. Yet the signs had been impossible to ignore: strange lights in the northern skies, reports of travelers hearing voices in abandoned places, and most troubling of all, the dreams that had plagued him for a fortnight. Visions of 9 riders turning their gaze northward, drawn by an awakening power. The wizard's weathered face creased in concern as he urged his mount forward through the snow-covered valley. His grey robes and pointed hat were dusted with white, his staff clutched firmly in one hand as he followed tracks that could only belong to a small company of men. Who would be fool enough to venture into these lands? He wondered aloud, though he suspected he already knew the answer. The royal house of Arnor had long maintained watchers in the north, keeping vigil against any resurgence of the evil that had nearly destroyed their kingdom. But these tracks led not to a watchtower or outpost, but deeper into the heart of Angmar itself. By midday, Gandalf crested a ridge and halted, his bushy eyebrows rising at the sight below. A small encampment had been established in the shadow of Kharn's crumbling fortress, and figures moved about it with purpose. Even from this distance, the wizard could see the standard of Arnor fluttering weakly in the cold wind. As he approached, A sentry challenged him with raised spear, then lowered it in recognition. Mithrandir, we did not expect to find you in these forsaken lands. Nor did I expect to be here, Gandalf replied dryly. Where is your lord? I would speak with him urgently. Prince Elendor explores the ruins. He has done so each day since our arrival, venturing deeper with each passing hour. Gandalf's expression darkened. How long have you been here? 5 days now. The prince is determined. He believes he has discovered something of great importance. Or great peril, Gandalf muttered, dismounting. Take me to him. At once. Deep beneath the ruins of Carn Dum, Elendor stood transfixed before a vast circular chamber. Columns of black stone rose to a domed ceiling where constellations had been carved and inlaid with gems that caught the light of his torch. At the center of the room stood a dais, and upon it a pedestal holding a single object, a crown of iron, set with pale gems that seemed to capture and hold the torchlight within them. The crown of the Witch King, Elendor whispered, his voice echoing in the cavernous space, untouched for 1,000 years. He approached slowly, drawn by a fascination he could not name. The walls of the chamber were covered in elaborate murals and inscriptions, depicting scenes from the history of Middle-earth, but from a perspective he had never before encountered. Here was the fall of Númenor, but shown not as divine punishment but as betrayal by the Valar. Here was the forging of the Rings of Power, portrayed as a gift of knowledge rather than a mechanism of domination. And here, most disturbing of all, was a portrait of a noble-faced man with eyes that mirrored Elendor's own, standing before the gates of Minas Ithil with arm outstretched, as if in supplication rather than conquest. He was one of us, Elendor said to himself, touching the image with trembling fingers. A prince of Númenor who survived the downfall. He took the ring believing it would grant him the power to restore what was lost, and in so doing, lost himself to darkness. The voice startled Elendor, who spun to find Gandalf standing at the entrance to the chamber, staff glowing with a soft light that pushed back the shadows more effectively than any torch. Madi Mithrandir, how did you... There is no time for explanations, Gandalf interrupted, striding forward with purpose. You must leave this place at once. You do not understand what you have awakened. Elendor straightened, indignation flashing across his features. I understand more than you know, wizard. The histories of my people are incomplete, deliberately so. The Witch King was not some faceless evil, but Miriel, son of Azimrathon, who sought to preserve the glory of Númenor through the power offered by the rings. Gandalf's eyes widened slightly at the name. And where did you learn this? From the inscriptions, from the records left here by those who served him. They speak of his wisdom, his desire to restore the greatness of men. They speak lies crafted to ensnare minds such as yours, Gandalf said sharply. Think, Elendor. Would servants of darkness record their master's true nature for all to read? Or would they create a narrative designed to tempt those who might later discover it? Before Elendor could respond, a sound rose from the depths below, a chilling chorus of whispers that seemed to come from the stone itself. The gems in the crown began to pulse with an inner light, and the temperature in the chamber plummeted until their breath emerged as white clouds. What have you done? Gandalf demanded, raising his staff as the whispers grew louder. Nothing, Elendor protested. I merely read the inscriptions, translated the texts. Words have power in places such as this, Gandalf said grimly, especially when spoken by bloodkin to those who ruled here. Elendor's face paled. What do you mean? But Gandalf had no time to explain. The floor beneath them trembled, And from cracks in the ancient stone, tendrils of pale mist began to rise, twisting and coalescing into spectral forms, the bound spirits of Angmar, awakening from their long imprisonment. "Run!" Gandalf commanded, slamming his staff against the ground. A flash of white light erupted, momentarily driving back the advancing spirits. To the surface. And now, they emerged from the ruins into twilight, racing across the snow toward the encampment where Elendor's men waited in ignorance of the horror they had unleashed. As they ran, Gandalf explained between labored breaths what he had long suspected and now knew with certainty. The royal line of Arnor and the bloodline of the Witch King are connected, Elendor. After the fall of Numenor, the survivors scattered, establishing kingdoms in Middle-earth. Not all who bore the blood of Elros remained true to the light. You cannot mean a distant cousin of your ancestor, jealous of the western kingdoms and bitter over the loss of Numenor, took one of the 9 rings, believing he could forge a kingdom to rival Gondor and Arnor. His name was indeed Miriel, but what he became was something else entirely. They reached the camp to find it eerily silent. Tents stood empty, fires burned unattended, and of Elendor's guards there was no sign. "We're too late," Gandalf said softly, gripping his staff tighter. "The spirits have found new vessels." From the shadows between the tents, figures emerged, the guards, now moving with unnatural stillness, their eyes glazed and empty. Behind them came others, simple folk from a nearby village who had been drawn to the ruins by dreams and whispers over the past weeks. All stood silent, watching Elendor with terrible expectation. "They want you," Gandalf said, placing himself between Elendor and the possessed. "Your blood is the key, both to releasing them fully and to binding them once more." "How do we stop this?" Elendor asked, drawing his sword, though he knew it would have little effect against such enemies. "There is a sealing ritual," Gandalf replied, "created by the last mages of Arnor when they finally defeated the Witch Realm. The knowledge may still exist in the archives at Fornost. That's a week's journey from here. Then we must delay them for a week." With a word of power, Gandalf struck his staff against the earth. A circle of blue fire erupted around them, forcing back the possessed villagers and guards. From his robes, the wizard produced a small silver box inscribed with elvish characters. "This contains Athelas and Earth from Rivendell, blessed by Elrond himself. It will hold them at bay while we escape." Elendor looked back at the ruins of Carn Dûm, where lights now flickered in windows that had been dark for centuries. The whispers had grown to a constant murmur, carrying on the wind to villages and settlements throughout the region. This was only the beginning. "They will follow us?" he said quietly. "Yes," Gandalf agreed. "But so too will others follow them." As if in answer to his words, a cold wind rose from the south, carrying with it a distant sound that raised the hair on Elendor's neck, the rhythmic beat of hooves upon the earth, drawing ever closer. In the darkened chamber far below, the crown of the Witch King pulsed with malevolent light, waiting for the one whose blood would restore its master to power. And from the distant realm of Mordor, 9 riders had begun their journey northward, answering the call of their awakening lord. The whispers of Angmar had been heard. The shadow of the north was rising once more. Story 2. Dawn broke reluctantly over the eastern forests beyond Mirkwood's shadowed borders, golden light filtering through ancient boughs that had never known the touch of axe or saw. The first rays illuminated a sight unseen since the Elder days. A great oak, its trunk wider than 7 men standing arm to arm, slowly pulling its massive roots from the earth with a sound like thunder beneath the soil. The mighty tree stood upright, its crown swaying as it found balance on gnarled root feet, and then, impossibly, inexorably, it began to walk west, leaving behind a crater where it had stood sentinel for 3,000 years. It was not alone. Throughout the vast expanse of Darkwood, as the locals called these uncharted forests, the eldest trees were awakening, extracting themselves from their ancient beds with groans that resonated through the woodland like the voices of the earth itself. They moved with deliberate purpose, forming lines and columns as they proceeded westward toward Fangorn Forest. Radagast the Brown witnessed this exodus with wide-eyed wonder and trembling hands. The birds that normally perched upon his shoulders and nested in his tangled hair had fled, sensing a disturbance in the natural order that even they could not comprehend. The wizard whispered a phrase in an ancient tongue, and a thrush darted from a nearby bush, circling his head once before speeding westward. The message it carried was brief but urgent. The trees walk. The forest empties. Come quickly. 3 days later, Gandalf the Grey stood at the forest's edge, leaning on his gnarled staff as he surveyed the path before him. The trail was unmistakable, a swath of destruction where massive roots had torn through underbrush and smaller trees, leaving a road of churned earth behind. "Never in all my years," he murmured, pulling his grey cloak tighter against the unseasonable chill. Something was drawing the ancient trees westward, and whatever power could command such beings was not to be taken lightly. A rustle in the undergrowth made him turn sharply, staff raised. From between two young birches stepped a man, no, barely more than a youth. Tall and lean, with unkempt sandy hair and clothing of forest green and brown, he regarded Gandalf with eyes that shone with an unusual amber light. "You follow the ancestors," the young man stated, his voice carrying an unusual cadence, as though common speech was not his native tongue. "I do," Gandalf replied, lowering his staff slightly but maintaining his guard. "And who might you be? Who speaks of them with such familiarity?" "Aldrich is what men call me," he answered, stepping closer. A leather pouch hung at his side, bulging with collected herbs and roots. "The trees named me Leaf Listener when I was a child." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose. "You understand their language?" A smile crossed Aldrich's weather-worn face. "Not as you understand mine, but yes. Their thoughts flow like sap, slow and sweet and ancient. They speak in seasons, not sentences." He gestured to the devastated path. "They do not uproot themselves lightly, Gandalf the Grey. You know me. The thrushes speak of you sometimes. And Radagast describes you as the clever one with the temper." Aldrich's smile faded. "The ancestors go to answer a calling. They march to war." Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. What calling? What war? Aldrich's strange eyes seemed to look through Gandalf rather than at him. "The voice from Fangorn summons them. It promises protection against the shadow that grows in Dol Guldur." He shook his head slowly. But there is discord in the calling. The oldest trees hear it differently than the younger ones. Some march willingly, others go in fear." "This voice," Gandalf said carefully, "can you lead me to it?" "I can show you the path the ancestors take," Aldrich replied. "But I warn you, wizard, the voice does not welcome those who cannot hear the language of root and branch." They traveled for 4 days along the trail of the walking trees. Aldrich proved a valuable guide, reading signs invisible to Gandalf's eyes, a scrape of bark against stone, the particular way moss had been crushed, the subtle changes in the songs of birds that followed the arboreal migration. On the evening of the 4th day, they came upon one of the walking trees, an ancient willow that had faltered, its root legs tangled in a stream bed. The massive tree was struggling to free itself, its branches thrashing in distress. "Udu, she is old," Aldrich said softly, approaching without fear. "The youngest of the ancestors, but still ancient by the reckoning of men. 3,000 years she has stood by this stream." Gandalf watched in amazement as Aldrich placed his hands upon the willow's trunk and began to speak in a language unlike any the wizard had heard before. Not Elvish or Entish, but something more primal, composed of subtle changes in breath and tone, rather than distinct words. The willow's struggles slowed, then ceased. Its branches swayed toward Aldrich as though listening. The young man continued his strange communication, occasionally glancing back at Gandalf with concern etching deeper lines into his face. Finally, he stepped away from the tree. "She says the voice grows stronger as they march west. It promises sanctuary from a coming darkness, but some trees suspect deception." He hesitated. She spoke of something else, a presence in Fangorn. Not an Ent, but something wearing flesh like elves, yet ancient as the First Age. She called it the Earth Singer. Gandalf frowned. "That name is not known to me." "Nor to me," Aldrich admitted. "But the willow fears it. She says it reaches into their thoughts with fingers of fire." As night fell, they made camp a respectful distance from the stranded willow. Gandalf sat in silent contemplation, smoking his pipe as he stared into the flames. Aldrich gathered herbs by moonlight, occasionally whispering to small saplings that seemed to bend toward him like flowers following the sun. "How came you by this gift?" Gandalf asked at last. "The understanding of tree speech is not common among men." Aldrich's hands stilled. "My mother was a healer in a village near the edge of these woods. When I was a child, I fell from a cliff and was gravely injured. No herb or poultice could save me." His voice grew distant with memory. "She carried me into the forest and begged the oldest oak for help. What happened next I do not remember clearly, only darkness, then waking with roots wrapped around my broken body, sap mingling with my blood." He touched his chest. "Since then, I have heard their voices. Not always clearly, but enough to understand." Gandalf studied the young man with new interest. "My gift indeed, though perhaps not without cost." Aldrich nodded, his amber eyes reflecting the firelight strangely. "The trees live in my blood now. Each spring, my skin grows bark rough before shedding. Each autumn, I feel a great weariness as the forest prepares for winter." He smiled sadly. "I am neither fully man nor tree, but something between." 3 more days brought them to the eastern borders of Fangorn, where the gathered trees had assembled in concentric circles around a massive clearing. Hundreds of uprooted ancients stood in eerie silence, their branches occasionally swaying, though no wind stirred the air. Gandalf and Aldrich concealed themselves within a thicket of younger trees that had not been called to the gathering. From their vantage point, they could see the center of the clearing, where a slender figure stood upon a stone dais. "The Earth Singer," Aldrich whispered, his voice tinged with awe and fear. The figure appeared elven in form, tall and graceful, with flowing silver hair that reached to the ground. But where an elf's eyes would shine with starlight, this being's gaze burned with an unnatural green fire. In its hand, it held a staff of white wood that seemed to pulse with an inner light. "No elf," Gandalf murmured. "Something else wears that form." The being raised its staff, and a voice echoed through the clearing, not spoken aloud, but resonating directly in the mind. Gandalf winced at the intrusion, but Aldrich gasped and clutched his head in pain. "The forests of Middle-earth have slumbered too long," the voice proclaimed. "And while you dreamed, Shadows crept forth from Dol Guldur. Soon they will come with fire and iron to devour all that remains of the ancient world. The trees rustled in response, a chorus of creaking wood and whispering leaves that Gandalf could not interpret. Aldrich, however, listened intently, his expression growing more troubled with each moment. The ancestors questioned the voice's authority. He translated softly. They ask why the Ents have not called them. The Earthsinger's face contorted with anger. The Ents have grown complacent, content to shepherd their dwindling forests while the enemy gathers strength. I have walked the paths between worlds to bring you warning. I have sacrificed much to return. It raised the white staff higher, and the wood began to transform, darkening to a deep azure that glowed with power. Gandalf sucked in a sharp breath. Impossible, he whispered. That is one of the blue staves, belonging to LOTR or Palando. The wizards who went east? Aldrich asked. Yes, and were never seen again in the Western lands. Gandalf's eyes narrowed. This creature has either found or taken that staff, which should be impossible unless... He had no time to complete the thought. The Earthsinger had gone rigid, its burning gaze sweeping the edge of the clearing until it fixed directly on their hiding place. Intruders, it hissed, the words slithering into their minds like a serpent. The Grey Wanderer comes to interfere. Roots erupted from the ground around them, seizing Aldrich before he could react. Gandalf raised his staff, a word of power on his lips, but the tangled undergrowth beneath him gave way, plunging him into a pit of thorns and twisted roots that wrapped around his limbs like living restraints. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was Aldrich being dragged toward the stone dais, the young man's skin already beginning to harden into bark as the Earthsinger's influence took hold. Gandalf awoke to the sound of deep, rhythmic breathing and the sensation of being carried. Opening his eyes, he found himself cradled in the branches of an Ent, not just any Ent, but Treebeard himself, eldest of that ancient race. Awake at last, young Gandalf, rumbled the Ent in his ponderous voice. Found you we did, trapped in the roots of hasty saplings. Treebeard, Gandalf struggled to sit upright. There is a being in the forest. The trees call it the Earthsinger, whom, yes, we know of this disturbance. Treebeard's amber eyes fixed on Gandalf. An old enemy returned in new guise. One who was lost beyond the Eastern Sea, corrupted by powers that dwell in darkness. Understanding dawned on Gandalf. One of the blue wizards. What remains of one? Treebeard corrected, his body long gone, his spirit bound to wood and root. He seeks to raise an army against Dol Guldur, believing only he can stop the shadow's spread. And the young man, Aldrich, being changed, he is becoming neither man nor Ent, but a vessel for the lost wizard's will. Treebeard's voice grew solemn. The Earthsinger believes he does right, but his methods bring their own darkness. The trees must not be forced to war against their nature. They emerged into a clearing where several other Ents stood in a protective circle around a young tree that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human form. Aldrich's transformation was nearly complete. His legs had fused into a trunk, his arms extended into branches, his face barely discernible in the patterns of the bark. Can he be saved? Gandalf asked softly. Perhaps, Treebeard replied. Apo, if the one who began the change can be convinced to reverse it, and how do we convince a corrupted Istari who believes he fights for the greater good? Treebeard's eyes crinkled with ancient wisdom. Sometimes, Gandalf, even the wisest must be reminded of their original purpose. The blue wizards came not to command, but to guide. Not to conquer, but to kindle hope. In the distance, the circle of ancient trees still stood around the stone dais, awaiting direction from the Earthsinger who had summoned them. But now, moving slowly through the forest toward that gathering, came more Ents than Gandalf had seen assembled in an age, their eyes lit with purpose and the memory of ancient oaths. "The Entmoot has ended," Treebeard announced. "Now begins the Council of Root and Branch, where the fate of forests shall be decided not by one voice, but by the wisdom of many." As the sun set over Fangorn, Gandalf stood beside the eldest of Ents, watching as living legends prepared to confront a fallen Istari. The battle for the soul of the forest, and perhaps for Middle-earth itself, was about to begin. Story 3. Deep within the jagged spine of mountains beyond Erebor, where peaks thrust like ancient spears into the belly of the sky, a haunting melody drifted through the night. Not quite a voice, not quite an instrument, something between the two that echoed against stone, with the timbre of metal striking metal, yet fluid as water cascading through hidden chambers. Shepherds in the valleys below called it the mountain's lament and warned their children never to follow the sound, no matter how sweetly it beckoned. Gandalf the Grey sat motionless upon a flat stone, his weathered face illuminated by strange, flickering lights that danced across the mountainside like fireflies composed of blue flame. For 3 nights he had observed this phenomenon, noting how the lights moved with purpose rather than whim, tracing patterns that almost, but not quite, formed runes of an archaic dialect long forgotten by all but the most ancient of scholars. "They are getting stronger," came a ragged voice from behind him. Gandalf turned, his hand instinctively tightening around his staff, though he relaxed when he recognized the stooped figure emerging from the shadows. Thrain, son of Thror, once proud prince of Erebor, now a ghost of his former self, his beard matted, his eyes haunted by visions only he could see. "The lights," Gandalf asked. "The forge songs," Thrain replied, his gaze fixed upon the dancing illuminations. "They sing of ancient glories and terrible power. They sing of Kazad Gorn." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows lifted in surprise. Kazad Gorn is a myth, a cautionary tale told to young dwarves. Thrain's laugh was brittle as thin ice. "All myths begin in truth, Gandalf. I have seen it in my dreams. A kingdom deeper and more wondrous than Khazad-dûm, sealed away when King Balthus delved too greedily and awakened that which should have remained in shadow." The dwarf stepped forward, pulling a tarnished metal disc from within his tattered clothing. Intricate mechanisms clicked and whirred as he manipulated tiny levers along its edge. "My grandfather spoke of this device, a wayfinder crafted by Balthus himself before the kingdom was sealed. For 7 nights now, it has awakened, its needle pointing true to a door that should not exist." Gandalf studied the ancient instrument with interest. Its face was etched with constellations unlike any charted by astronomers of Middle-earth, and at its center, a needle of glowing blue crystal trembled, pointing unerringly toward a sheer cliff face to the east. "And what do you intend to do with this knowledge?" the wizard asked carefully. Thrain's eyes gleamed with a fervor that bordered on madness. "To reclaim what was lost. To see with my own eyes the wonders of Kazad Gorn before I pass into stone." Gandalf sighed, knowing the folly of attempting to dissuade a dwarf once his mind was set. "Then I shall accompany you. Whatever awaits within those mountains, I suspect it is no mere archaeological curiosity." Dawn broke against the mountainside, revealing a narrow path invisible in the darkness. The Wayfinder's needle grew more agitated as they ascended, vibrating against its housing until the entire disc hummed with energy. They rounded a final bend, and Thrain stopped so suddenly that Gandalf nearly collided with him. Before them stood a perfectly smooth wall of dark stone, unmarked save for a single rune at its center that glowed with the same blue luminescence as the lights they had observed. "Nethril." Thrain whispered reverently. In the doorway. The dwarf approached the wall and pressed the wayfinder against the glowing rune. A resonant tone rang out, pure as crystal, yet deep as a drum struck in the heart of a mountain. The stone rippled like the surface of a disturbed pool, then parted, revealing a passageway that stretched beyond the reach of light. "After you," Gandalf said dryly, igniting the crystal embedded in his staff. The passage descended in a perfectly straight line, its walls smooth and unmarked, betraying no hint of traditional dwarven craft. After walking for what seemed like hours, they emerged into a vast cavern that drew gasps from both travelers. Kazad Gorn spread before them like a dream of impossible architecture. Unlike the angular constructions of Erebor or the imposing grandeur of Moria, this was a city of curves and spirals, its buildings flowing from the living rock as if coaxed rather than carved. Bridges of gleaming metal arced between towers that twisted upward like frozen waterspouts. Throughout the city, channels of liquid light flowed like rivers, illuminating the cavern with a ghostly blue radiance. Most remarkable of all were the dwarves themselves. Moving about their business below, they were unmistakably of Durin's folk, yet different in subtle ways, taller, their movements more fluid, their beards adorned with intricate metal ornaments that shifted and changed shape as they walked. "What manner of dwarvish craft is this?" Gandalf murmured, his keen eyes noting the absence of traditional tools among the city's inhabitants. Instead, many carried slender rods that pulsed with the same blue light that permeated the city. Thrain shook his head in wonder. "No craft known to my people. They have evolved in isolation for over 1,000 years." A sharp command from behind startled them both. They turned to find themselves surrounded by a patrol of guards, unlike any dwarven warriors Gandalf had encountered. Their armor appeared to be liquid metal, flowing around their bodies like quicksilver, hardening into plates and mail only where needed for protection. "Outsiders," said the leader, her voice melodious yet edged with steel. "You will accompany us to the Queen's Forge." The throne room of Kazad Gorn defied all dwarven convention. Where one would expect a hall of pillars and a throne of stone, there was instead a circular chamber whose walls spiraled upward to a dome of shifting metal that reflected the cavern below in dreamlike distortions. At the chamber's center stood not a throne but a forge, unlike any Gandalf had seen in his long years. It resembled a fountain more than a smith's workplace, a basin of molten silver from which erupted a column of blue flame that twisted and coiled like a living thing. Around this otherworldly forge stood 7 dwarves wearing robes of metallic fabric that moved like liquid with each breath, their faces obscured by masks that seemed to meld with their flesh. And seated upon a hovering disk of polished obsidian was Queen Brynja, Forge Master of Kazad Gorn. Her beauty was startling, not the earthy robustness common to dwarven women, but something sharper, more ethereal. Her beard was a cascade of silver filigree that merged seamlessly with the living metal of her robes. Her eyes, however, burned with an unnerving blue fire that matched the forge's flame. "The wandering wizard and the mad prince," she said, her voice resonating with harmonics that made Gandalf's teeth ache. "So long have we watched your approach through the seeing stones." Thrain stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Queen Brynja, we come seeking knowledge of—" "You come seeking power," she interrupted, rising from her floating throne. "All who find Kazad Gorn seek power. It is the nature of our curse and our blessing." She gestured, and the blue flame of the forge parted, revealing at its heart a shard of crystal no larger than a child's finger. Despite its size, Gandalf felt its presence like a physical weight upon his spirit, a fragment of light so ancient and potent that merely gazing upon it made his eyes water. A Silmaril, he breathed, scarcely believing what he saw. But that cannot be. All three were lost, to the sea, to the earth, to the sky. Not a Silmaril in its entirety, Brynja corrected, circling the forge with measured steps. A splinter only, broken from the greater jewel when Medros cast himself and his prize into the fiery chasm. For centuries it lay hidden in the deepest places of the world, until King Balthus found it during his ill-fated delving. Thrain's eyes were fixed upon the shard, his expression one of naked longing. With such power, the dwarves could reclaim all their ancient homes. Khazad could be cleansed, Erebor restored. Indeed, Brynja smiled, though the expression never reached her burning eyes. For 1,000 years, we have studied its properties, learning to channel its light through metal and stone. We have transcended the crude hammering of our ancestors. We speak to the very essence of matter itself, commanding it to take the forms we desire. She extended her hand, and a portion of her robe flowed into her palm, hardening into a ring of such exquisite craftsmanship that it seemed to have been woven from threads of starlight. Soon, we shall perfect our greatest creation, a ring of power to rival those crafted in the Second Age. Not 16 lesser rings and 3 greater, but a single ring to unite our scattered people under one crown. Gandalf felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain's depths. You speak of challenging Sauron's dominion. Sauron is but a shadow of his former self, Brynja dismissed with a wave of her hand. We have seen him through the fragment's visions, a formless wraith gathering his strength in forgotten corners of the world. When our ring is complete, we shall emerge from our isolation to unite the dwarven kingdoms under our protection. As she spoke, Gandalf's keen senses detected a subtle vibration beneath his feet, a rhythmic tremor like the breathing of some vast creature slumbering far below. Looking closer at the Queen and her forge attendants, he noticed fine cracks in their skin, from which the same blue light seeped like blood from wounds. "And what of the deeper delving?" he asked carefully. "The reason Kazad Gorn was sealed." For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Brynja's perfect features. "A minor concern. The ancient guardian sleeps soundly, and our wards ensure it shall remain so." "Guardian?" Thrain asked. "A Balrog," Gandalf said grimly, "like the one that claimed Khazad-dûm. And your forge's power is disturbing its slumber." The vibrations intensified, as if in response to the naming of the ancient evil. Cracks appeared in the chamber's floor, from which wisps of sulphurous smoke began to curl. The forge flame flickered erratically, its blue light occasionally shot through with veins of angry red. "Impossible!" Brynja snapped, though her confidence seemed forced. "Our calculations are precise. The energies are perfectly contained." Gandalf approached the forge, immune to the withering glares of the attendants. "You channel the light of Aman itself through a corrupted vessel, in a chamber directly above a sleeping terror of the Elder Days. There is no containment that could withstand such opposing forces indefinitely." As if to punctuate his warning, a tremor shook the entire chamber, sending several attendants stumbling. Far below, a roar reverberated through the mountain's roots, not fully awakened, but stirring from ages-long dormancy. "Queen Brynja," Gandalf said urgently, "you must shut down the forge and evacuate your people. Kazad Gorn may yet be saved if you act quickly." The Queen's face contorted with conflicting emotions. Pride, fear, ambition, and beneath it all, the terrible suspicion that she had led her people to the brink of destruction. The blue fire in her eyes flickered, momentarily revealing irises of natural brown. "The ring is nearly complete," she whispered. "All our work, all our sacrifice." Another tremor, stronger than the last, sent cracks racing through the dome overhead. Gandalf turned to Thrain, whose expression had cleared, the madness in his eyes replaced by the clear-eyed courage of his lineage. "Sound the evacuation," the dwarf prince commanded, with the authority of his royal blood. "The surface kingdom must be warned." For a moment, it seemed Brynja might refuse. Then, with visible effort, she raised her hand and the forge flame diminished, though it did not extinguish entirely. "Begin the withdrawal protocols," she ordered her attendants. "Alert the district wardens. We implement the Exodus plan." As the attendants rushed to obey, Brynja turned to Gandalf, her expression haunted. 1,000 years of progress, abandoned. "Not abandoned," Gandalf corrected gently. "Preserved. Your people have developed wonders unknown to the outside world. Carry that knowledge with you, not the tainted power of the fragment." She nodded slowly, then removed a slender chain from around her neck. From it hung a key of strange design, which she pressed into Thrain's hand. "The Western Vault contains maps of all known paths to the surface and records of our history since the sealing. Ensure they are not lost. Son of Durin." Deep below, the mountain gave another ominous rumble, and somewhere in the darkness, a shadow began to stir from its ancient slumber, drawn inexorably toward the light that had disturbed its dreams. The race to evacuate Kazad Gorn had begun, and with it, a new chapter in the scattered history of dwarven kind. Whether the sleeping terror would remain entombed or rise to plague the world once more remained to be seen. But for now, Gandalf had a kingdom to save and knowledge to preserve before the mountain claimed its due. Story 4. The scarlet sun hung low over the shifting dunes of Far Harad, casting long shadows across the ancient burial grounds where no Haradrim had dared tread for generations. Yet here stood Nylara Khaliza, her dark hair streaming behind her like a banner of defiance against the hot desert wind, her amber eyes fixed upon the half-buried ruins before her. Descended from a long line of tribal seers, she had followed the whispers of her dreams to this forbidden place, ignoring the warnings of elders who spoke of curses and vengeful spirits. The sandstorm had revealed what centuries had concealed, an entrance to a chamber that, according to legend, contained the remains of visitors from northern lands who had come in the twilight of the First Age. Not men, but something older, wiser, more perilous. Nylara traced her fingertips over hieroglyphs that merged Haradrim symbols with flowing script unlike any she had seen before. The stone was cool despite the desert heat, as if refusing the sun's dominion. With a deep breath that tasted of dust and antiquity, she slipped through the narrow opening and into darkness that swallowed her whole. Hours later, she emerged transformed. Clutched in her trembling hand was a gem the size of a small apricot, glowing with an inner fire that cast dancing shadows across her face. Within its crystalline depths, flames shifted and coiled like living things, showing her visions of a future too terrible to contemplate. Her people marching north, under banners of the Eye, falling before the walls of a white city, their bodies feeding carrion birds in a land far from home. That night, as she slept beneath the stars with the gem hidden against her heart, Nylara dreamed of a grey wanderer whose coming would change the fate of the Haradrim forever. 3 weeks later, the marketplace of Ajadar teemed with color and noise. Merchants from the 9 tribes of Near Harad haggled over spices, fabrics, and contraband from distant lands. Among them moved an elderly trader with a grey beard and bushy eyebrows, his weather-worn face shadowed by a wide-brimmed hat. To casual observers, he appeared unremarkable, just another northern merchant come to trade mundane goods for exotic southern treasures. But Gandalf the Grey was no ordinary merchant, and his eyes missed little. For days, whispers had reached him of strange happenings in the southern kingdoms, of shifting alliances, of tribal leaders gathering armies, of a young seer who had found something of great power in the forbidden ruins. Such whispers might normally concern him little, for the politics of Harad were labyrinthine and ever-changing, but these rumors carried with them a resonance of ancient magic that disturbed his dreams and prompted his journey south. He sensed it now, a subtle disturbance in the weave of power that surrounded Middle-earth, like a discordant note in an otherwise harmonious melody. The source was near, moving through the crowded marketplace with purpose. Gandalf adjusted his pack and followed the sensation, weaving between stalls of hammered copper and dyed silk. The disturbance led him to a quieter corner of the market, where a slender figure in indigo robes negotiated with a spice merchant. Though she could not be more than 25 years by the reckoning of men, she carried herself with the authority of one accustomed to command. As if sensing his gaze, the woman turned, her amber eyes widening slightly upon seeing him. Without finishing her transaction, she slipped away into the labyrinth of market stalls. Gandalf followed at an unhurried pace, one weathered hand casually gripping his walking staff. He knew she was leading him deliberately, away from crowds, to a place where they might speak without unwelcome ears. The magic he sensed grew stronger with each step. Finally, she led him to a small courtyard hidden behind a weaver's shop. A single acacia tree provided meager shade, its gnarled branches reaching toward the merciless sky. The woman stood beneath it, her posture tense yet resolute. "You are not what you appear to be, northern merchant," she said without preamble, her common speech accented but fluent. "Few things are," Gandalf replied mildly, leaning on his staff, "including that which you carry." Her hand moved unconsciously to her chest, where, beneath layers of fabric, something glowed with subtle power. "The desert reveals its secrets to whom it chooses," she said. "I am Nylera of the Khaliza tribe, and you are—" "Some call me the Grey Pilgrim," he answered, watching her carefully. "Others, Mithrandir. You may call me Gandalf." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "The wanderer of whom the northern tribes speak in whispers. A wizard, they say. They say many things of me, some true, some less so." He gestured toward the hidden gem. "That which you found in the ancient barrows. May I see it?" For a long moment, she studied him, weighing judgment in the balance of her gaze. Then, with deliberate movements, she withdrew from beneath her robes a leather pouch. From it, she produced a gem that blazed like a captured star, its heart pulsing with living flame. Gandalf's breath caught. "Izeluithil," he whispered, the Quenya name emerging unbidden from memory. "The seeing flame." "Then you know what it is?" Nylera asked, her voice tight with barely contained hope. "You know what it shows me." "I know it is a relic of the elder days," Gandalf said carefully. "Crafted by elven smiths who turned from the teachings of their kin to pursue forbidden knowledge. Such artifacts are perilous, Lady Nylera. They show possible futures, not certain ones. Possible or certain, the future it reveals is death for my people," she replied, her voice hardening. "It shows the eye in the east, summoning us to war against the north. It shows us falling by the thousands before a white city of stone. And it shows something worse, a darkness spreading from the east that will devour all, victors and vanquished alike." Gandalf nodded gravely. "The growing shadow of Mordor touches all lands, though many refuse to see it. But tell me, what do you intend to do with this knowledge?" Before she could answer, a commotion erupted at the courtyard entrance. 5 warriors clad in the scarlet and gold of the Athanar tribe burst in, curved swords drawn and expressions grim. "Nylera Khaliza," their leader called, a tall man with a face scarred by both battle and desert sun. "By order of Lord Sakaran, you will surrender the artifact to us immediately. Its power belongs to all Haradrim, not just the Khaleesi." Gandalf straightened, no longer the stooped merchant, but something altogether more imposing. "The lady and I were having a private conversation," he said pleasantly, though there was steel beneath his words. "Perhaps you might return later?" The warrior's eyes narrowed. "This does not concern you, Northerner. Step aside, or join her in chains." "I'm afraid I must insist," Gandalf replied. He tapped his staff once against the dusty ground. A blinding flash of light erupted, accompanied by a thunderclap that echoed through the narrow streets. When vision returned to the warriors, they found themselves facing not an elderly merchant, but a figure of power, standing tall with staff raised and eyes flashing with ancient knowledge. "Run!" Gandalf commanded Ny'alera, who needed no further prompting. They fled through a back alley as shouts of alarm spread through the marketplace. "We have stirred a nest of hornets," he called to her as they raced through winding streets. "Who else seeks this artifact?" "All of them," she replied grimly. "The Athanar, the Doza, the Malharin, each tribe has learned of its existence. Each wants its power to gain dominance over the others, and behind them all, I sense the influence of something else, men in blue robes who whisper in the ears of tribal lords." Gandalf nearly stumbled. "The blue wizards," he murmured. "So they still meddle in the affairs of the South." They reached the city gates just as the sun began to set, painting the sandstone walls with bloody light. Ny'alera led him to where two desert-bred horses waited, tethered and provisioned. "You anticipated this flight," Gandalf observed, swinging himself into the saddle with surprising agility for one who appeared so old. "The gem shows many possibilities," she replied, mounting her own steed. "In most of them, we leave Ajadar together. And where do we go in these visions?" Her eyes turned eastward, toward where distant mountains rose like dark sentinels at the edge of vision. "To the Ash Mountains, where the gem was forged. There lies the knowledge to understand its purpose, and perhaps to save my people from what is to come." They traveled for days through landscapes of harsh beauty, salt flats that stretched like frozen oceans under moonlight, canyons carved by ancient waters long vanished, oases hidden among rock formations shaped by wind into fantastic sculptures. Always, the mountains of ash loomed larger on the horizon, their slopes barren of vegetation, their peaks wreathed in smoke from fires that had burned since the breaking of the world. On the seventh night, as they camped in the shadow of a towering monolith, Ny'alera revealed more of what she had learned. "The gem speaks to me," she confessed, her voice low as she stared into their small campfire, "not in words, but in images and feelings. It shows me the elves who came south during the War of Wrath, seeking to understand the enemy's powers rather than merely defeat them." Gandalf nodded thoughtfully, puffing on his pipe. "There were those among the Noldor who believed that Morgoth's knowledge should be preserved, studied, controlled, not destroyed. They were few, but brilliant. They found something in these mountains," she continued. "A spirit of fire, ancient and powerful, neither good nor evil, but simply elemental. They captured its essence within the gem, hoping to harness its power of foresight." Her fingers traced the gem's facets. "But the spirit yearns to return to its master." "Its master?" Gandalf's eyes sharpened. Before she could answer, the ground trembled beneath them. From the darkness beyond their campfire, a voice spoke, melodious yet chilling, like the sound of ice cracking on a frozen river. "Its master awaits still, on the shores beyond the circles of the world." Into the light stepped two figures robed in midnight blue, their ageless faces bearing the unmistakable mark of the Istari, though centuries in the east had changed them in subtle ways. Their eyes held knowledge Gandalf had never sought, their bearing suggesting powers cultivated in lands beyond the knowledge of the West. LOTR, Gandalf acknowledged, the taller of the two. Harlandon. It has been long since the five walked together. Too long, Olorin, replied LOTR, using Gandalf's original name with deliberate emphasis. While you wandered the comfortable north, we have labored in harsher realms, preparing the peoples of the east and south for what must come. And what must come, according to your wisdom? Gandalf asked, rising to his feet. War, said Harlandon simply. The eye grows stronger. Middle-earth will burn. We merely ensure that something remains afterward, peoples who understand power and how to wield it properly. By turning tribe against tribe. By seeking artifacts beyond your understanding. Understanding? LOTR laughed softly. The gem contains a fragment of Arian's essence. She who guides the sun itself. Captured by the rebel Noldor, it shows not merely what might be, but what must be, averted. He turned to Nyleera. Child, we do not seek to control the Haradrim, but to save them. The visions you see need not come to pass. Nyleera stood, the gem clutched tightly in her hand. If that is so, why do your agents whisper of conquest and domination? Why do they push the tribes toward war? To unite them, Harlandon answered. Divided, the Haradrim will be sacrificed to Sauron's ambitions. United, under proper guidance, they might weather the coming storm. Gandalf studied his former brethren carefully. In their eyes, he saw conviction, but also something else. A hunger for control that mirrored too closely the very power they claimed to oppose. The gem belongs in the mountains of ash, he said firmly. If it truly contains a fragment of Arian's essence, it must be returned to fire from which it came. Always so quick to destroy what you do not understand, LOTR said sadly. This is why you will fail, Olorin. Knowledge is never the enemy, only how it is wielded. The standoff might have continued, but fate intervened. From the darkness surrounding them came the sound of approaching horses and the glint of torchlight on metal. The tribal forces had tracked them, dozens of warriors converging from multiple directions. It seems diplomacy must wait, Harlandon observed. With a gesture of his staff, the ground between them erupted in a wall of blue flame. Consider carefully whose side you choose in the coming conflict, Olorin. The board is larger than you know, and not all pieces are what they seem. The blue wizards vanished into the night as the first arrows flew over the wall of flame. Gandalf turned to Nyleera, who stood transfixed, the gem in her hand now pulsing in rhythm with the magical fire before them. We must reach the mountains, she said, her voice distant. The spirit within the gem grows stronger as we approach its birthplace. I can feel its thoughts now, not of domination, but of warning. Gandalf made a swift decision. Raising his staff, he cast a blinding light that momentarily disoriented the approaching warriors. In that moment of confusion, he and Nyleera mounted their horses and galloped eastward toward where the mountains of ash waited, crowned with the fires of creation and destruction. The gem blazed against Nyleera's chest as they rode, its light growing with each league they traveled toward the ancient forges where it had been crafted. Within its crystalline depths, visions shifted and changed, no longer showing only doom, but glimpses of something else. A possible alliance between North and South, standing together against the gathering dark. Whether this future would come to pass remained unwritten. But as they raced toward the mountains under the vast desert stars, with tribal forces and wizards in pursuit, Both Gandalf and Nylera understood that the fate of many rested upon the choices they would make in the days ahead, and upon the true nature of the flame that guided their path through the gathering darkness. Story 5. The land of Alcarim had slumbered peacefully for millennia, its rolling hills and ancient forests undisturbed by the great conflicts that had shaped other realms of Middle-earth. Then came the night when the earth itself rebelled. The ground heaved and buckled like a living thing in torment, tearing ancient oaks from soil and sending boulders tumbling from highlands. Rivers changed course, villages crumbled, and throughout it all, a sound like distant horns echoed across the valley. When dawn finally broke, revealing the devastation left in the earthquake's wake, the people of Alcarim beheld a sight that stole the breath from their lungs. 7 towers of pristine white crystal had thrust themselves from the earth, arranged in a perfect circle around the central valley. They gleamed in the morning light as if carved from ice or diamond, their surfaces unmarred by tool marks or seams, their heights reaching toward the heavens in defiance of all natural law. But beauty often conceals danger, and soon strange occurrences plagued the lands surrounding the towers. Time flowed inconsistently. A farmer would step into his field at dawn, only to emerge at dusk, believing only moments had passed. Objects disappeared in one location and materialized in another. Children spoke in tongues unknown to their parents, reciting verses in languages dead for thousands of years. It was into this disrupted land that Gandalf the Grey journeyed, summoned by a missive from Galadriel herself, carried by an eagle that found him in the wild northern wastes. The letter had been brief but urgent. The prisons of the First Age have resurfaced. What was sealed must remain so. Make haste to Alcarim. The mist clung to the valley floor like a living shroud, parting reluctantly before Gandalf as he approached the first of the 7 towers. Up close, the structure was even more impossible. Its crystalline surface simultaneously opaque and transparent, revealing shifting shadows within that moved against all logic, as if the interior space followed different laws of existence. "But beautiful and terrible," Gandalf murmured, raising his staff. The crystal at its tip glowed in response, revealing runes etched into the tower's base, script so ancient that even he, with his thousands of years of knowledge, could decipher only fragments. Prison, guardian, eternal vigilance. He translated slowly, his bushy eyebrows drawing together in concentration. "Darkness before darkness," a voice spoke from behind him, rich and resonant yet hollow, as if echoing across a great distance. Impressive. Few now living remember that tongue. Gandalf turned swiftly, staff raised defensively. Before him stood a figure that at first glance appeared to be a tall man, clad in armor of archaic design. But as Gandalf looked closer, he realized the armor was not worn, but seemed fused with the being's form. Where flesh should have been visible at the joints and face, there was instead a translucent substance that glowed with inner light, as if the armor contained pure energy rather than a physical body. "I am Durendal," the figure said, offering a formal bow. "Once Knight Commander of Narzahen, now Guardian of the First Tower." The light within the armor flickered. Or perhaps prisoner would be more accurate. Gandalf lowered his staff slightly, Porty, but maintained his caution. "I am Gandalf the Grey," Durendal interrupted, "or Mithrandir to the elves, in Canis, in the south. One of the 5 Istari, sent to Middle-earth." The knight's featureless face turned toward him. "Your coming was foretold, though not for another age. Events accelerate. The pattern unravels." "You know much for one imprisoned," Gandalf observed. "I have had millennia to watch and listen," Durendal replied. Even bound to this tower, there are ways to perceive the world beyond. The currents of power flow through all things, and one need only attune oneself to their rhythms. He gestured to the tower behind them. But you did not come to hear the musings of a forgotten guardian. You came because you sensed the danger. Gandalf nodded grimly. These towers were not meant to rise again. No. They were crafted in the aftermath of Morgoth's first defeat before the breaking of Thangorodrim to contain spirits and entities too powerful to destroy, yet too dangerous to release. Durandal's voice grew softer. 7 towers for 7 prisoners, beings who were neither Valar nor Maya, but something other. Ancient intelligences that existed in the void before Arda was shaped, who allied themselves with Morgoth, but were not of him. And you, Gandalf asked, what was your crime that earned such imprisonment? The light within Durandal's armor dimmed momentarily. I was no prisoner initially, but a guardian, a knight of the ancient realm who volunteered to stand eternal watch. But solitude and time are corrosive to even the most steadfast resolve. After the first 1,000 years, I began to speak with that which I guarded. After the second 1,000, I began to sympathize. He straightened his posture, but I never betrayed my oath. When the cataclysm came that buried these lands, I chose to remain rather than abandon my post. A noble choice, Gandalf acknowledged, though one that bound your spirit to this place. Indeed. And now I find myself in a quandary. Durandal gestured toward the tower. The seals weaken. That which I guard stirs from slumber. And I find myself questioning whether eternal imprisonment without hope of redemption is justice or merely vengeance. Gandalf's eyes narrowed. You consider releasing it? I consider that 3 ages of the world have passed, Durandal corrected. That the crimes of these beings were committed in a different era against powers that have now abandoned these shores. I consider that even Morgoth's greatest lieutenant now rebuilds his strength in the east, while these lesser allies remain entombed. Before Gandalf could respond, the ground trembled beneath them, not with the violence of the earthquake that had revealed the towers, but with a rhythmic pulsing, like the heartbeat of some vast creature. The crystal of the tower before them flashed with internal light, and for a moment, a shape could be seen within, a writhing mass of tendrils surrounding a central eye that burned with cold fire. It senses you, Durandal said quietly. They all do. Your coming has accelerated their awakening. I did not cause this, Gandalf replied sharply. Something else triggered the earthquake that revealed these towers. Durandal's helmet inclined in acknowledgement. True, a power stirs beneath the foundations of the world. Something older than Morgoth, older even than the shaping of Arda. The prisoners sense it, reach for it across the void between thought and matter. He turned to face Gandalf directly. They call it the Nameless. A chill ran through Gandalf at those words. In the most ancient texts preserved in Valinor, there were references to entities that had existed in the primordial void. Concepts more than beings, raw forces that had resisted even Iru's harmonies. Most had been tamed or transformed in the music of the Ainur, but whispers persisted of some that had hidden themselves within the discords of Melkor, biding their time. If such a thing truly stirs, Gandalf said gravely, then releasing these prisoners would be catastrophic. They would be drawn to it like moths to flame. Or they might stand against it, Durandal countered. These beings were imprisoned not merely for allegiance to Morgoth, but because they refused to be bound by any will but their own. They were rebels and traitors to all sides. The earth trembled again, more violently this time. In the distance, The second tower flared with sudden light, then the third, then the fourth. A cascading response, rippling through the circle. "They wake regardless of our debate," Durandal said. "The question now is whether they wake as potential allies or certain enemies." Gandalf planted his staff firmly on the ground, his mind racing through possibilities. The White Council should be summoned, but there was no time. Whatever was happening required immediate action. "Show me the nature of the seals," he commanded. "If we must make this choice, we will do so with full knowledge." Durandal led him to the tower's base, where a doorway shimmered into existence at the knight's approach. Within, the tower's single chamber spiraled upward impossibly, defying the exterior dimensions. At the center floated a crystal shard, identical in composition to the tower itself, but shot through with veins of darkness that pulsed like blood through arteries. "The key and lock both," Durandal explained. "It contains a fragment of the prisoner's essence, bound by spells woven by 7 mages of the First Age. To release the prisoner, one need only shatter the crystal." Gandalf approached cautiously, extending his senses toward the shard. The magic that suffused it was beyond ancient. Layers upon layers of binding spells, woven with mastery he had rarely encountered. But beneath that craftsmanship, he detected something else, a subtle wrongness, a corruption that had not been part of the original design. "The seals are flawed," he said suddenly. "Not originally, but they have been tampered with." Durandal moved closer. "Impossible. None have entered these towers since they were sealed. Not from without," Gandalf agreed, "but perhaps from within. The prisoners have had ages to work against their bonds, subtle influences extending outward." He frowned in concentration. "Or perhaps from elsewhere." "You spoke of this nameless one. Its awakening might be corrupting the very magic that forms these seals." A new tremor shook the tower, and the shard's dark veins pulsed more rapidly. Outside, a keening wail rose from the direction of the nearest village, the sound of dozens of voices crying out in sudden anguish. "It begins," Durandal said grimly. "As the seals weaken, the prisoners' influence leaks into the world around them. Dreams first, then thoughts, then direct control of weaker minds." Gandalf straightened. "Decision made. We cannot release them, but neither can we allow the seals to fail naturally. There must be a third path." "What do you propose?" "A journey," Gandalf said, eyes fixed on the shard, "to the other towers, to understand the nature of each prisoner. Then to the ancient libraries of Lindon and perhaps beyond, to find the original spells of binding." He turned to Durandal. "And you must decide where your allegiance truly lies, Knight of Narsahan, with those you were sworn to guard against, or with the free peoples of Middle-earth." Durandal was silent for a long moment, the light within his armor flickering with internal conflict. Finally, he knelt before Gandalf, head bowed. "For my 3 ages I have stood watch, torn between duty and compassion. If there is a path that offers both justice and mercy, I would walk it." He raised his head. "I will accompany you, Gandalf the Grey, though it means leaving my post for the first time in 7,000 years." As they emerged from the tower, the sky above had darkened with unnatural clouds that spiraled around the 7 towers. In the distance, figures moved through the mist, villagers walking with the jerky motions of puppets, their eyes vacant, drawn toward the towers by wills not their own. "We must make haste," Gandalf said, pulling his cloak tighter against a wind that carried whispers in languages long forgotten. "The corruption spreads quickly." Durandal nodded, the ancient armor creaking as he moved. "The road will be perilous. There are those who would use this awakening for their own ends," A traitor walks among the wise, though his identity remains hidden even from my sight. Together, the wizard and the Night Guardian began their journey across the troubled lands of Alcarim, racing against forces set in motion at the very dawn of creation. Behind them, the White Towers pulsed with increasing urgency, beacons signaling across the void to something that had waited patiently through countless millennia for this precise moment to arrive. The Nameless stirred, and all of Middle-earth would soon feel its awakening. Story 6. The ancient forest of Harlandon wept, not with rain that fell from heavens, but with a silence that crept through its once vibrant boughs. Where birdsong and the deep, rumbling voices of Ents had filled the air for millennia, now only whispers remained, fading echoes of a melody being forgotten. The great sentinels of the westernmost reaches of Middle-earth were dying, their leaves withering to ash-grey before their time, their bark cracking like the skin of elders long past their years. Círdan the shipwright stood upon the white shores of Lindon, his ancient eyes gazing not at the sea that had been his constant companion, but inland toward the dying woods. The eldest of all elves remaining in Middle-earth could feel the wrongness spreading like poison through the land. He had witnessed the rising and falling of kingdoms, the changing of the very shape of Arda itself, yet this slow death troubled his heart like few things had in his thousands of years. "Send word to Mithrandir," he commanded, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "The trees speak no more, and I fear what silence portends." The messenger departed swiftly, riding east with the urgency of one who carries the fate of realms upon his shoulders. Gandalf the Grey was resting beneath the eaves of a humble woodland cottage when the message reached him. The wizard's weathered face grew solemn as he read Círdan's words, his bushy eyebrows drawing together in a frown that deepened the lines of his face. "So it begins," he murmured to the empty air. The shadows grow longer, though few yet perceive their reach. He gathered his staff and meager belongings, setting westward before the sun had climbed to its zenith. The road to Lindon was long, winding through lands both friendly and wild. On the third day of his journey, as he passed through a small settlement of men near the borders of abandoned Cardolan, the wizard's keen ears caught the sound of pursuit, not after him, but of someone fleeing ahead. A young woman burst from the tree line, her chestnut hair wild and tangled with leaves, her simple dress torn at the hem. Her eyes, wide with terror, locked with Gandalf's for just a moment before she darted behind him, seeking shelter behind his grey cloaked form. "Please," she gasped, her breath coming in ragged pulls. "They mean to burn me." No sooner had she spoken than 5 men emerged from the same path, bearing torches and crude weapons. Their leader, a burly man with a red beard and narrow eyes, pointed an accusing finger. "Stand aside, old man. The witch has bewitched our crops and whispers to the trees like one possessed." Gandalf straightened to his full height, suddenly seeming to loom larger than his frame should allow. The shadows deepened around him, and the wind stirred his cloak and beard, though the air had been still moments before. "Adri, this woman is under my protection," he declared, his voice rolling like distant thunder. "Return to your homes and trouble us no more." The men hesitated, sensing power beyond their understanding. Their leader made to argue, but Gandalf struck his staff upon the ground, sending a reverberation through the earth that made the men stumble backward. "Go!" he commanded, and this time they obeyed, retreating with fearful glances over their shoulders. When they had gone, Gandalf turned to the young woman, his demeanor softening. "You have a gift that frightens them," he observed. "You hear what others cannot." She nodded slowly, still wary. "The trees, they speak to me, not in words, but in feelings, in memories. They're dying, and they're afraid." Her voice caught. "My name is Faye. I am Gandalf, the wizard replied, studying her with newfound interest. And I believe our paths have crossed for a purpose. Fae who hears trees, I journey to Lindon, where the forest suffers a malady unknown. The great western woods. Fae's eyes widened. My dreams have been filled with their cries for weeks. I was drawn westward, though I knew not why. Gandalf's eyes twinkled beneath his bushy brows. Then perhaps we shall discover why together. The forest of Harlandon had once been a place of verdant beauty, where sunlight filtered through emerald canopies to dapple the rich earth below. Now, as Gandalf and Fae walked beneath twisted boughs, they moved through a landscape of decay, leaves crunched beneath their feet, brittle and grey, though autumn was still months away. The air hung heavy with the scent of rot and something else, something acrid and unnatural. Fae pressed her palm against the trunk of an ancient oak, her face contorting in pain. "They're being drained," she whispered. "Something is pulling their essence away, like a thirst that cannot be quenched." Gandalf knelt beside a patch of earth where a dark, viscous fluid had pooled. He dipped the tip of his staff into it, murmuring words in a tongue Fae did not recognize. The substance hissed and bubbled at the touch of his magic. "This is old sorcery," he said grimly, "from a land long drowned beneath the waves. Magic of domination and corruption, Númenórean black arts that should have perished with Ar-Pharazôn's folly." As night fell, they made camp in a small clearing. Fae sat with her back against one of the healthier trees, her eyes closed in concentration. Gandalf observed her with quiet curiosity, noting how the branches seemed to bend slightly toward her, as though straining to be heard. "The trees show me a path," she said suddenly, her eyes opening, "deeper into the forest, to a place where stone meets living wood. They fear it." "And what dwells there?" A sound like cracking timber echoed through the darkness, and both travelers tensed. Gandalf raised his staff, its crystal tip glowing with soft blue light. The illumination revealed a towering figure, 14 feet of gnarled bark and limbs shaped vaguely like a man, with deep-set eyes glowing amber in the darkness. "An Ent," Gandalf breathed, rising to his feet. "Well met, shepherd of the forest." The Ent regarded them with eyes ancient and sorrowful. When it spoke, its voice was like the creaking of great boughs in a storm, slow and deliberate. "From whom, grey wanderer, you come as our twilight falls. Too late, perhaps, too late." "I am never precisely late, nor early," Gandalf replied. "What afflicts the forest, Ancient One?" "The Silver Lord has come," the Ent rumbled. "With his his followers. They build a temple of stone and iron where no such thing should stand. They take our kin, one by one, drain their sap, their essence. The Entings, all gone now. I am Elmroot, last of my kind in these woods." The massive being seemed to sag, as though the weight of its grief was a physical burden. "This Silver Lord," Gandalf pressed, "who is he?" "A man, yet not a man. Old beyond counting, but not aged as mortals age. His eyes, His eyes have seen the fall of a kingdom beneath the waves." Faye gasped. "The trees showed me his temple. It's built around an ancient circle of standing stones, older than the forest itself." Elmroot nodded ponderously. "The stones of remembrance, placed by the Eldar in the First Age. The Silver Lord corrupts their power to draw life from the land itself." Gandalf's face grew grave. "We must see this temple." Dawn broke in muted tones over the dying forest. Guided by Elmroot, they traveled deeper into Harlandon than any mortal had ventured in an age. By midday, They began to hear chanting, distant voices raised in a cadence that made the air itself seem to recoil. They crested a ridge and beheld the temple, a structure of black stone rising from the forest floor like a wound, surrounded by a circle of ancient menhirs now carved with symbols that hurt the eye to look upon. Men and women in silver robes moved between the stones, carrying vessels that glowed with an unnatural green light. "They harvest the essence," Elmroot whispered, the sound barely audible despite his size. "To make their elixir of immortality." At the center of the temple stood a tall figure in robes of midnight blue, his silver hair flowing down his back. Even from a distance, there was an aura of power and terrible beauty about him. "Lord Sylvanas," Gandalf murmured. "Or so he calls himself now. I have encountered his kind before, black Númenóreans who escaped the downfall, preserved by dark arts and hatred." They watched in horror as acolytes led a bound Ent toward the central altar. The tree shepherd struggled weakly, already half drained of vitality. Sylvanas raised a crystal chalice, speaking words that seemed to bend the light around him. "We must stop this," Faye whispered, her hands clenched in helpless rage. "Yes," Gandalf agreed, "but not with brute force. There are too many, and Sylvanas wields power I cannot simply overwhelm. We need—" His words cut short as Faye suddenly stiffened beside him, her eyes wide and unseeing. "The trees," she gasped. "They're all connected, roots intertwined beneath the earth. They're showing me—" She turned to Gandalf, her expression transformed by revelation. "I know what I must do." Before Gandalf could stop her, Faye was running, not toward the temple, but to a massive willow that stood apart from the others, its branches still green despite the corruption spreading through the forest. "Faye!" Gandalf called, but she paid no heed. The young woman pressed her palms against the willow's trunk, closing her eyes in concentration. A soft glow began to emanate from her hands, spreading up through the bark like golden veins. "What is she doing?" Elmroot rumbled in wonder. "Something unexpected," Gandalf replied, watching as the light from Faye's hands intensified. "Something her blood remembers, though her mind does not yet comprehend." Below in the temple, the ritual halted as Sylvanas sensed the surge of power. The black Númenórean turned, his ageless face contorting with rage as he beheld Faye communing with the willow. "The descendant of Yavanna," he hissed, the words carrying unnaturally to their hiding place. "Seize her!" Gandalf sprang into action, staff raised as acolytes rushed toward the ridge. "Elmroot, protect Faye!" "I will handle these misguided souls." The wizard's power flared, light streaming from his staff to create a barrier between the temple and the willow. Elmroot moved with surprising speed for his size, positioning his massive form protectively around Faye and the tree. The glow from Faye's hands had spread throughout the willow and now began to travel downward into the earth. Across the forest, other trees began to shimmer with the same golden light, a network of radiance flowing through root and soil. Sylvanas howled in fury, abandoning his ritual to charge the barrier himself. Where his hands touched Gandalf's magic, darkness spread like cracks in glass. "You cannot stop what has begun, servant of the secret fire," the Númenórean snarled. "Middle-earth will pay for the drowning of Númenor. The Valar will know my vengeance when I have remade this land in shadow." Gandalf strained against Sylvanas' assault, feeling the ancient malice behind it. "Your quarrel is not with these lands or its people, Sylvanas, or should I call you by your true name, Arzimrathon, last counsel to the king of Númenor?" The black Númenórean's eyes widened in shock. "How could you know?" "The trees remember," Gandalf replied, his voice steady despite the effort of maintaining his shield. "They were saplings when your ships fled the downfall. They have watched and waited, knowing one day you would reveal yourself." Behind them, Faye cried out, not in pain but in transcendent wonder. The golden light had spread to every tree still living in Harlandon, creating a vast network of luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. She turned toward the confrontation, her eyes now shining with the same golden light. "The forest remembers," she said, her voice resonant with power not her own. "And I am its voice." The willow's branches began to move, not with wind, but with purpose. Across the forest, other trees did the same, their remaining strength unified and amplified by Faye's connection. Roots erupted from the earth around the temple, shattering the corrupted stones and entangling the fleeing acolytes. Sylvanus abandoned his assault on Gandalf's barrier, turning his fury toward Faye, daughter of Yavanna. "Your ancestor could not save Numenor, and you cannot save this forest." He hurled a bolt of dark energy toward her, but Elmroot intercepted it, the blast blackening his ancient bark. The Ent groaned, but held firm. Gandalf seized the moment, striking his staff against the ground. "Ash Nazg Thrakatuluk," he thundered, invoking words of power that caused the very air to shudder. The earth beneath Sylvanus's feet split open, and the roots of 1,000 trees surged upward, wrapping around the Númenórean sorcerer. He struggled, his face contorted with hatred and fear as the corrupted life essence he had stolen began to flow out of him, drawn back into the network of roots by Faye's golden light. "This forest was ancient when your ancestors first gazed upon the stars," Gandalf declared, approaching the immobilized sorcerer. "And it will endure long after your hatred has returned to the void from which it came." Sylvanus's form began to wither, ages of unnatural existence catching up in moments as the stolen life force left him. His face, once beautiful and terrible, collapsed into the visage of a man unimaginably old. "The shadow will return," he gasped, his voice a dry whisper. "What I began, others will finish." "Perhaps," Gandalf acknowledged. "But not today, and not in these woods." With a final cry, Sylvanus crumbled to dust, the last remnant of Númenor's dark legacy in these lands disappearing into the forest floor. Around the temple, his followers fell into confusion, some fleeing, others falling to their knees in despair. The golden light began to fade from the trees, its work complete. Faye swayed, exhausted, and would have fallen if not for Elmroot's supporting branch. What happened?" she asked, her eyes once again her own. Gandalf smiled gently. "You remembered who you are, if only for a moment. The blood of the Valar runs thin in the race of men, but in you, Faye, it runs true. You are a descendant of Yavanna Kementari, the giver of fruits, though countless generations separate you." "The trees will heal now," Elmroot said, his amber eyes gleaming with renewed hope. "Slowly, but they will heal, and perhaps perhaps new entings will come in time." As they made their way back through the forest, already the air seemed clearer, the terrible silence giving way to the first hesitant chirps of returning birds. Life would return to Harlandon, though the scars would remain for many lifetimes of men. "What will you do now?" Gandalf asked Faye as they reached the forest's edge, where the lands of men began. She looked back at the trees, a small smile playing on her lips. "I think I have much to learn about listening," she said, "and the trees have much to teach." Gandalf nodded, his eyes twinkling beneath his bushy brows. "Then I shall leave you in good company." My path leads elsewhere, but I suspect our roads may cross again, Fae who hears trees. As the wizard continued his journey toward the havens of Mythland, where Círdan awaited, he pondered the encounter with Sylvanas and what it might portend. The shadows were indeed growing longer in Middle-earth, reaching from places and times thought long forgotten. But there was hope too, in unexpected allies, in ancient bloodlines, and in the enduring strength of the land itself. The trees of Harlandon stood taller that day, their branches reaching toward the sun with renewed purpose. And if one listened closely, very closely indeed, one might hear them whisper the name of Fae, the forest's voice, who had awakened the memory of green growing things and reminded them of their strength.